Also, we know that we had the funeral of Representative John Lewis, the legendary John Lewis, this past week, this past Thursday. And there's been so much talk about that. It was an emotional time. I watched it, basically all of it, on TV, watched on MSNBC, changed the channel, saw it, TV One carried it, all the different networks carried it. Saw Reverend James Lawson, who taught the civil rights workers, who taught them nonviolent direct action. Saw President Obama, saw all the people give the eulogy, George W. Bush, etc. Okay. And I saw Bill Clinton as well. Okay. And we're going to talk some about that tonight. In a few minutes, we're going to be joined by Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries, who is an associate professor of history at Ohio State University. And JT, just I need to switch phone lines. JT, I need to call in on the Skype line. So I need to hang up this line and call in on the Skype line, like right now.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. All right, so here we are. Okay, yeah. So everybody should be able to hear me like this. Okay, so I'm calling in on the Skype line. And do we have Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries on the line? JT, is he? I'm gonna bring him on. I'm gonna bring him on in just a minute. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll bring you on just a minute. Hold on. Just stand by just a minute. I just want to make sure we had him there. Okay. So I was looking at different articles on social media. I was looking at different comments regarding Bill Clinton's comments regarding Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael, and talking about SNCC and the movement going in a different direction for a few years. It went too far in Kwame Toure's direction. And some people, there were a number of people who thought this. Okay, there were a number of people who thought this. It wasn't just Bill Clinton. There were a number of African Americans who thought this also. Okay, so on tonight's show, we're going to deal with some of that history. All right. Also, we'll give you an update on what's going on with coronavirus. We'll talk about Ota Benga, the Bronx Zoo. Has issued an apology to Ota Benga. We know he's deceased, but apologies always come after we're dead many times. But they apologize for displaying him in a cage in 1906. We'll also talk about President Obama talking about voting rights and passing the voting rights bill at John Lewis' funeral. We'll give you an update on what's going on with coronavirus. U.S. single-day death toll for coronavirus surpasses 1,000 for 6 days in a row as infection rate increases, and still no national plan from Donald Trump. Imagine that. No national plan. He's supposed to be the big businessman. Now, we saw for the second quarter, GDP dropped like 32%, the biggest in history. Okay. And he's supposed to be the big businessman, make America great again, all of this nonsense. Okay. Now people, then this is now you go back and listen to my broadcast in 2016. I warned you day after day after day about Donald Trump. My degree is in business administration. The only people that thought Donald Trump was a good businessman were poor people and people who did not understand business, because most people successful in business, they didn't think Donald Trump was a good businessman. So we'll talk some about that as well. Okay. All right. So on the African History Network show, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right now it's corrects wrong behavior. What you do for yourself, what you do to yourself, and what you allow other people to do to you and get away with is based upon what you think about yourself. What you think about yourself is based upon what you have been taught about yourself. What you've been taught about yourself is based upon everything you've read, heard, and seen about yourself. So when you control the radius of a man's thoughts, you can control the circumference of his actions, because the mind can't do or teach what it doesn't know. Now, we deal with a number of different topics here on the African History Network show. We deal with current events in history, politics, education, economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, relationships, love, sex, health issues, and much, much more. Sign up for our email newsletter. Text the word Kemet to 22828 to sign up for our email newsletter. Text the word Kemet, Kemet, the 22828. Also visit our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com as well to sign up for our email newsletter. Okay. You can also donate to the African History Network, $ the AHN show through Cash App, $ the AHN show through Cash App. To sign up for our email newsletter, or through PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN show, paypal.me/the AHN show. Okay. You can also go to our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. And you can sign up for the email newsletter there as well, right on the homepage. Okay, we're broadcasting on our social media platforms. So in addition to 9:10 a.m. Superstation WFDF in Detroit, we're also broadcasting on 910's Facebook page, 9:10 a.m. Superstation. We're broadcasting on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and my YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP. Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP. So you can watch us there as well. Turn on notifications on our social media platform so you know when we go live. All right. So Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries is a nephew to one of my teachers, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. And I talked to Dr. Jeffries this morning. He put me in contact with Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries. Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries is an associate professor of history at Ohio State University. He is the author of Bloody Lowndes, dealing with Lowndes County in Alabama, Bloody Lowndes, Civil Rights and Black Power in Alabama's Black Belt. He is also the editor of the book, Understanding and Teaching the Civil Rights Movement, Understanding and Teaching the Civil Rights Movement. Now, in 2009, Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries published his first book, Bloody Lowndes, Civil Rights and Black Power in Alabama's Black Belt. Bloody Lowndes tells the remarkable story of the ordinary people and college-age organizers from the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, who ushered in the Black Power era by transforming rural Lowndes County, Alabama, from a citadel of violent white supremacy into the center of Southern Black militancy. They achieved this extraordinary feat by creating the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, the LCFO, the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, which was an all-Black, independent political party that was also the original Black Panther Party, because their symbol, political parties have to have a symbol. Their symbol was a Black Panther. Okay. Now, Bloody Lowndes has been praised as, quote, the book historians of the Black freedom movement have been waiting for, end quote, and as, quote, an invaluable contribution to understanding current and future conversations on race and politics. We want to welcome to the African History Network show, Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries. Hotep, brother, how you doing tonight? Okay, I'm sorry. Hotep, brother, how you doing tonight?
Hotep, brother Michael. I'm doing wonderful.
All right.
It's great to be on with you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. Well, you know, also you were on the advisory board for putting together the 56 page document, Teaching Hard History, American Slavery, the study from the Southern Poverty Law Center, which documents how the history of slavery in this country is being mistaught in schools all across the country. And it comes in and it lays out numerous suggestions to better teach the history of slavery. So when I talked to you a little while ago, I referenced that as well, man. So it's an honor to have you on tonight. Well, look, brother, let's jump right into this. When I talked to you a little while ago, I said, you know, I saw it's an honor to have the eulogy live. I saw the funeral live of Representative John Lewis, who was one of my frat brothers, member of Phi Beta Sigma fraternity incorporated tonight. Okay, just so everybody knows. Okay, but all right. So I know you're a Kappa, so you know I'm not gonna hold that against you, but it's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good. But I saw Bill Clinton's eulogy. And when he made his comments about Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael, you know, I tensed up a little bit. But now I understand the history. I tensed up a little bit. And then I was reading some articles and I was reading comments on social media, things like this. And I came across your opinion piece for the Washington Post, August 1st, 2020, entitled Stokely Carmichael Did Not Deserve Bill Clinton's Swipe During John Lewis's funeral. It is fantastic. So give us a synopsis of what this is. And we're coming up on a break in 5 minutes. Give us a synopsis about this piece that you wrote.
Well, certainly, like you, I was sitting, doing a little work, had the funeral services on. I point out in the piece that I grew up in the Baptist church, so I can appreciate a good funeral.
Right.
And I was sitting here, and it was a culmination of, a week-long series of events, honoring John Lewis's life. And it was a good series of events.
Right.
Some of it wasn't as critical as it needed to be, but you know what? Sometimes in these moments, we forget a little bit of the past. And there's time enough to get back to that. But
right.
In this moment, I was watching just as you were. Clinton give his tribute in his usual sort of folksy way. Right. And then he sideswipes, right? Just throws Carmichael under the bus, trying to make a point that, and this is what's so critically important when he says this about Lewis, and what he essentially says is, Lewis lost the election for the chairmanship to Stokely Carmichael in 1966.
Correct.
But thank goodness the movement didn't go, and I quote, too far towards Stokely, and meaning that we didn't get too much black power. Mm-hmm. In the end, we stood with the nation swerves back. John Lewis prevailed, and not the John Lewis who's critiquing power and police in 1963.
Right.
Sort of
at the March on Washington. Yep.
The march on exactly. So it's a very the swipe, if you will, and I say it was subtle, but it was savage. Mm-hmm. Because what actually was critiquing Carmichael as a stand-in for the more radical black tradition of organizing and political power, organizing for political power. So it was just as Carmichael, Kwame Toure, was used in or perceived in 1966 after calling for black power after the James Meredith March as sort of a stand-in for that black radical tradition, going back to Marcus Garvey and black nationalism and the like.
Right.
So too did Clinton use him to say, look, America, we got it right? Thank goodness, because Lord knows what kind of hell we would have had to pay if the movement would have kept drifting, moving in that direction towards black power. To say nothing of the fact that it actually does. Right? I mean, the Black Power movement does surge, and we would have done, and I'm sort of wrap up the piece by saying, we would have done better today. Mm-hmm. We might be in a better place had we, because Black Power, of course, is just a critique of structural racism and systemic racism. It's not right. about love and individuals. It's about power.
Right.
And so we would be dealing with issues we were dealing with now with systemic racism, if we would have dealt with them when Kwame Toure was calling for them more than 50 years ago.
Exactly. And what I'm going to do, we're coming up on a break in 2 minutes. What I'm going to do is during this segment we have with you, I'm going to take people through the article that you wrote for the Washington Post. Once again, it's an opinion piece. To me, is news. It ain't an opinion piece to me. It's history. Okay. But I know it's the Washington Post. And I'm glad brothers like you have access to the Washington Post. We need that. If Dr. Henry Louis Skip the Truth Gates can have access to the New York Times to write the piece ending the slavery blame game in 2010, and then your uncle, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, and myself, I did a show in response to that. Okay, you should have access to the Washington Post. Once again, it's called Stokely Carmichael Didn't Deserve Bill Clinton's Swipe During John Lewis' Funeral. Now, as I said to you, and as I said to Professor Manu Ampem today, because Professor Manu Ampem called me before I called you, he interviewed Mukasa Dada with Willie Ricks, who's known as Willie Ricks. Willie Ricks was active in SNCC. And when you watch the second series of Eyes on the Prize, which dealt with 1966 through the 80s, Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael, was interviewed in there, and he talks about Willie Ricks' activism in SNCC. Okay. And he talks about them introducing the Black Power term. Okay. Now, as I said to you and Professor Manu and Pam, both of you all agree with me. I see people attacking Bill Clinton, but what 99, I haven't seen anybody, especially on social media, say that what Bill Clinton said at the funeral was how John Lewis felt. And see, and when you dig into this history, right, you see that SNCC fragments. You dig into this history, you see one group goes one direction, the other group goes the Black Power direction. John Lewis disagreed with the Black Power direction of SNCC. He's going to leave SNCC, not just because he loses the chairmanship, but because of the direction that SNCC goes in. Okay. And so when we deal with these historical figures, and this is not to put John Lewis down, I cried when John Lewis passed away. I love John Lewis because I understand his history and I understand he comes from the son of sharecroppers, things like this. But you deal with it's not just black and white. It's a nuanced history. So we have to understand these disagreements and things like this that take place in the movement. OK, I'm going to get your response on the other side of the break. We're coming up on a break. Hey, everybody, listen to 9:10 a.m. Superstation WFDF, the African History Network show. I'm Michael Imhotep. We're speaking with Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stand by, everybody. Stand by. Stand by. Okay. On a 2-minute break. Broadcasting. This is terrestrial radio we're broadcasting on. Normally, it's FCC license. Normally, I'm in the studio because of COVID-19. They have us broadcasting from home. We're going to continue this on the other side of the break. We're speaking with Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries. He's a historian, associate professor of history at Ohio State University, one of the nephews of Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Okay. I'm going to post the article that he wrote for the Washington Post. And it's a deep, deep piece that he wrote. People need to read this. Okay. And then also I talked to Professor Manu Ampem today, who's a professor of history at Contra Costa College. And I'm going to bring him on in the next few days or so, or maybe next Sunday show. We're going to get deep into this history also, because he was breaking down. We talked today, man. He was down a lot of history as well. And I've interviewed him in the past. Okay, so let me pull this up. All right, stand by, everybody. Back from break in 1 minute. So read this op-ed article. They call it an opinion piece, but it's real news. Read this from Washington Post. I'm posting the link here. Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 9:10 a.m. on Superstation Feature Radio. Hey, I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, August 2nd, 2020. We are live. We're speaking with Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries. Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries is an associate professor of history at Ohio State University. He's the author of the book Bloody Lowndes, Lowndes, Bloody Lowndes, Civil Rights and Black Power in Alabama's Black Belt. He's also the editor of the book Understanding and Teaching the Civil Rights Movement. He's the nephew, one of my teachers, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. We're talking about Bill Clinton's comments dealing with Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael at John Lewis' funeral. We're talking about SNCC, Civil Rights Movement, Black Power Movement, etc. Okay, Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries, are you there, brother?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead with your comments. I was talking about Bill Clinton's comments and how John Lewis felt as well, and the split that takes place in SNCC in 1966. Go ahead with your comments, brother.
Yeah, I think it's critical for us to understand that the split, or by the time you get to 1966, Lewis leans much more so in terms of his politics and his approach to organizing towards SCLC than he does towards SNCC.
Right, Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Southern Christian Leadership Conference, for those that don't know. Go ahead.
Exactly. Southern Christian Leadership Council, that's King's organization.
Right.
And as you mentioned at the top of the hour, Lewis comes up under James Lawson. Mm-hmm. So James Lawson, even more so than King, is the prophet of nonviolence.
Reverend James Lawson.
Pretty much Reverend James Lawson out of Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. And pretty much by 1965, 1966, pretty much starting by 56, everyone who came into SNCC from the sort of Lawson's group, the Nashville group, who were committed to nonviolence as a way of life, that philosophical nonviolence, they had already left. They had already moved on. Many of whom, like Diane Nash and James Bevel, were instrumental organizers within SCLC. John Lewis was the last one. And by the time you get to 1965, 1966, the leadership within SNCC was no longer the Nashville center of the group, that believed in nonviolence as a way of life.
Right.
They were the brothers and sisters, the new leadership were the brothers and sisters coming out of Howard. Right? Like Cleve Sellers, for example. And they saw the struggle not as a moral one. They saw the struggle as a fundamentally political one. The problem of racism, the problem of inequality was a political problem, not a moral problem. And so therefore it required political solutions. And so their thrust, their commitment to change wasn't about changing hearts and minds. It was about acquiring power to change behavior. And so by the time you get to 66, Lewis is out of step with the rest of the organization.
Right.
And so when we get to that leadership decision of the chairmanship, the people in the organization looked to Carmichael not because he was a great orator, but because he was, which he was, but because he was a master organizer. And that was one of the points I tried to make in the piece. When you disparage Brother Carmichael, Brother Toure, this early period, you miss out on the genius that he was as an organizer down in Mississippi and certainly down in Alabama. And your listeners up there in Detroit, they're familiar with that Black Brother Alabama. Half the folk up there in Detroit got roots to Alabama.
Right.
And so that's where that Lowndes County, Alabama, right between Montgomery and Selma, that's where Carmichael, as Stokely Carmichael at the time, leads the formation of this independent political party, creates the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, and SNCC, the organization, says, you know what, we've been looking for a political program, an organizing program, since Freedom Summer, since the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. We tried to get the National Democrats to recognize us, and they turned us away, turned Samuel Hamer and Bob Moses and others away. And they saw what Brother Carmichael was doing, what Toure was doing in Alabama, and they said, okay, that's the direction we want to go. This is our most successful program right now, and it's about independent Black politics. It's about empowering local people to put them in county courthouses and in positions of power. And Lewis was opposed to that. Right. Lewis was like, no, we should still go within the Democratic Party, which was King's position. So he was out of step. So what we see then is
you said that was King's position?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You said that was King's position?
That was King's position.
Yeah,
King's position
explain that.
Was that alliance with the liberal white allies. And Carmichael and most within SNCC, coming out of Mississippi, coming out of the Atlantic City Challenge, where they tried to get the National Democratic Party to recognize the Black Democrats in Mississippi as the true party, as the rightful party out of Mississippi, and they didn't. That's when they knew that they couldn't trust these liberals, liberal white Democrats. They couldn't trust Lyndon Johnson, and they said, we got to chart our own course. Lewis was still very much in that camp of commitment to National Democrats, and that was totally out of step with what folk within SNCC were doing on the ground, what Carmichael was doing on the ground in creating this all-Black independent political party.
Exactly. And when you talked about that in your piece, this is why it's so good. This is like the best piece I've seen dealing with this. So I want to highlight a few things because I made notations here. And everybody, once again, read this article from the Washington Post. Stokely Carmichael didn't deserve Bill Clinton's swipe. during John Lewis's funeral. I posted it a couple of times on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network. So you said that Carmichael was Lewis's successor at the as the chairperson of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He was born in Trinidad, Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael, and raised in the Bronx. He introduced the nation to Black power during James Meredith's 1966 March Against Fear. Okay. Clinton's attack was more subtle than savage, but it was still severe. You went on to say, quote, there were two, Bill Clinton said there were 2 or 3 years there where the movement went a little too far towards Stokely. He went on to say, but in the end, John Lewis prevailed. You said for Clinton, the movement's problematic drift was its turn toward Black power. Black power was an approach to change rooted in Black power was an approach to change rooted in Black political independence, economic empowerment, and cultural pride that gained popularity during the late 1960s. Now, we know it was also Mukasa Dada, Willie Ricks, who Professor Manu Ampim just interviewed and who I interviewed 6 years ago, who helped to popularize and coin the term Black power along with Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Toure. You went on to say, like many white liberals and progressives, President Bill Clinton does not view Black power as a logical extension of civil rights organizing. He doesn't see it as a natural outgrowth of movement victories in the South that put the voting ballot, in Black hands. And he doesn't recognize it as a product of Black frustration with the slow pace of progress in the North. He sees it instead as an unfortunate break from nonviolence and a regrettable rejection of integration. Okay, break that down, because you could teach a whole class right there, brother, on those on that passage. Explain that to people.
Absolutely. So what Clinton here is standing in, again, for sort of white liberals and progressives, even at the time, in the moment, they're upset with Black activists, African Americans, as they embrace Black power. And they see it, they frame it as sort of a hijacking of the movement. And they don't see it as this natural progression, a natural outgrowth.
Right. That's
born of, as I said there, born of both victories and defeat / slow pace of progress. The victories, for example, the Voting Rights Act is a victory, right?
1965.
Black folk in the South, Black Southerners, exactly. African folk in the South, they were denied their basic right to vote, and they needed to be able to vote short of revolution, pending revolution, in order to get some kind of protection, some kind of gain.
Right.
But the question that SNCC activists asked Brother Michael at that moment was, what does it profit? And another SNCC activist, good friend, still around, still active, Cortland Cox said, well, the position paper said, what does it profit a man or a woman to gain a vote and not be able to control it?
Right.
So when I say it's an extension, the question after the achievement of these major legislative victories was, what do we do now? And coming on the heels of the experiences, and this is where the defeats come in, not getting the recognition from liberal Democrats in Mississippi the year before. Now you got the vote. They're like, look, we can't go into the Democratic Party. We got to chart our own course. Right? So Black power, the political thrust, it literally stems from what had been gained, but also, and why it resonates beyond Alabama and Mississippi, and in Detroit and New York and California, is because things weren't changing fast enough there.
Right.
So it's not a radical break. And historians now, too many historians, will look at it and say, Black power undermined the movement. No, it's a continuum. Right?
Exactly.
It's a continuum struggle.
Exactly.
And I was just
go ahead.
Let me just add this as well as part of that continuum. And this is important. We don't get enough words in your op-ed, but what's critically important to recognize as well is that not only is Black power not a radical break in a different direction, in some radical new direction, it is actually a return to what had existed before. What the break is, what's different about this moment is not Black power, not the call for self-determination, autonomous institutions, cultural integrity. Ain't none of that new. Right?
Right.
I mean, that is what Black folk have been doing to survive coming out of slavery.
Right.
I mean, this is what Garvey's talking about. This is what the labor activists, A. Philip Randolph, March on Washington in 41, was all Black.
Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So this was a return to what had been successful before, and that's why it resonates. If it was just Stokely Carmichael in 66, as Kwame Toure in 70, just saying, hey, I got a great idea, y'all follow me, Black folks, that ain't gonna work. What are you talking about?
Right.
But they knew that this is what had sustained them over the years. And they also understood that this nonviolent direct action had got them as far as it was going to go. Now what do we do? Now it's about political empowerment. Now we got to deal with the police. We ain't dealing with the Klan anymore. We're dealing with the police. And so, it's important that we properly contextualize where Black power comes from,
right?
So that we can understand and take seriously those who advocate it, take them seriously as political thinkers.
Well, I talk about the book oftentimes first of all, I just held up a few books. If people watching on Facebook and YouTube, one, Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community by Dr. King, his last book that he wrote. Chapter 2 is entitled Black Power, because he talks about the Black Power movement. And in general, he embraced the ideology of the Black Power movement. He backed away from using the term Black Power because he said power doesn't have a color. And one of the things he was talking about also was saying that with Black Power in the Black Power movement, you also have to have programs along with the Black Power movement. It can't just be a slogan. But the other book that's lesser known by Professor Charles E. Cobb Jr., This Nonviolent Stuff That Gets You Killed, How Guns Made the Civil Rights Movement Possible. See, this book right here, man, when I hear certain people, let me put it like that, when I hear certain people talk about the civil rights movement, especially mainstream media, man, they leave out the armed resistance. They don't even talk about the Deacons for Defense and Justice, and they made a movie about them. But this book right here by Professor Charles E. Cobb Jr., all these civil rights activists own guns, most of them. Okay. So the difference was many of them were saying, okay, when we have the Civil Rights March, leave your gun at home. But you're going to have African Americans who were protecting the civil rights workers from the bigots and the KKK and the white supremacists. They're protecting them with guns, okay, as well. So that's why I say it's a nuanced history. To comment on that for a minute, then I want to continue with some of the passages from your piece.
Absolutely. No, you hit the nail on the head. When we talk about nonviolence, but we talk about it in isolation. Yes. Nonviolence never existed in isolation. Mm-hmm. Nonviolence and self-defense, especially armed self-defense, especially in the South, especially in the rural South, were complementary.
The rural South.
Defense. Yeah, you mentioned the Deacons for Defense coming out of Jonesboro and
Jonesboro, Louisiana. Mm-hmm.
When they pick up guns, they're actually working with nonviolent core activists who are getting their head beat in by the Klan.
Right.
And they tell the core activists, all right, we're gonna sit over here and we're gonna in our cars, armed to the teeth, and we're gonna protect you while you have your nonviolent demonstration.
Exactly.
So, their nonviolence only was made possible by the willingness of these Black folk to keep and bear arms. And so the relationship is really complementary. And the image, unfortunately, the image, we'll talk about this, is, as a sort of radical, young, sort of just angry Black guy with a gun.
Right.
And I was like, no, there's a gun culture coming out of the South that extends to the North. Huey Newton and Bobby Seale,
right.
They both have roots to rural Louisiana and Arkansas. I mean, so again, the critical moment of difference. What is different during the 50s and 60s, the civil rights era, is not Black folk willing to defend themselves and vocally, say they are. The difference is this notion of nonviolence as a guiding philosophy and not attack it. That's what's different. And
right.
Once that runs its course, Black folk are back to doing what they have been doing all along.
Exactly. Right. So it served that. So you had two schools of thought, maybe three. One school of thought was nonviolence as a way of life. The other school of thought was nonviolence as a tactic, but not a way of life. Okay. So
Right.
yeah. Now I encourage people also. Go ahead.
I would say that's critical, because when you take a person like Kwame Toure, coming out of Howard University in 1950, 1951, he's like, this is not a moral struggle.
Right.
I don't get this. Yeah, I understand what you're saying about this nonviolence as a philosophy. Look, strategically it can work. Strategically we can use it. But once it's no longer effective, then we got to do something else. And the vast majority of people who participate in the civil rights the protests of the 50s and 60s, that is their philosophy. Only a small minority of folks embrace this thing as a way of life, because it requires so much. It requires a deep kind of James Lawson commitment. And who has that? A John Lewis kind of commitment.
Right.
I mean, I respect that.
Right.
But the majority of folk were like, we don't see it that way.
And see, this is the thing, and no disrespect to these brothers, man, but see, I when I was talking to Professor Manu and Pam today, and I think I told you the same thing. In all this talk over the past maybe past 2 weeks, dealing with the passing of John Lewis, I've only heard Willie Rick's name maybe once in mainstream media, Mukasa Dada, and he was an organizer with SNCC on the ground. Okay, but the other thing is, when I hear people, Andy Young, when I hear others who are still alive, I don't want to call too many names, but still alive, all due respect to them, they don't talk about the armed resistance that took place in the civil rights movement that made their nonviolence movement possible. And that's problematic to me.
Right.
That's problematic to me. Yeah. Okay. So people going crazy on social media. Calling numbers 313-778-7600, 313-778-7600. If you have a quick question or comment as well. We're not going to have time for dissertations and manifestos, I'm telling y'all right now, but because he only has a few minutes. Okay. But I want to continue some of your piece here. So, and then also I put up this other article from the Washington Post, an opinion piece from the Washington Post, this nonviolent stuff that gets you killed. This is by Professor Charles E. Cobb Jr. Now, people just have to understand who he is. He was a former field secretary for SNCC for 5 years in rural Mississippi, organizing African Americans to vote, things like this. So that's dangerous work. Okay. And he wrote this July 28th, 2014, this piece. Go ahead.
And let me add about Brother Cobb.
Yeah.
He was also the person who conceptualized Freedom School.
Okay.
He is the one who came up with the idea, the plan and the program that they would then implement in 1964, which is, when we think about 1964 and the Freedom Summer, people get all excited about the white participation. The lasting legacy wasn't a handful of white kids from Yale and stuff that come down. It was these freedom schools that really transformed not only education in Mississippi, but really creating a model for liberatory education. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about Charlie Cobb. Yeah,
Professor Charles E. Cobb Jr. And the first interview I saw with him, Roland Martin interviewed him on News One Now, on TV One a few years ago. And then that same day, Roland's a friend of mine. I used to guest host Roland's nationally syndicated radio show a lot. Later that same day, Roland interviewed Professor Charles E. Cobb Jr. for 2 hours on his radio show. And he was telling story after story. And one of the things Professor Charles E. Cobb Jr. said, and you could go to news1.com. Everybody can go to news1.com and search for Charles E. Cobb, C-O-B-B, Charles E. Cobb Jr. You could pull up the interview Roland did with him. One of the things he talked about was for the civil rights workers, they never, everybody's home that they stayed in the South, all the black people's home they stayed in the South, those African Americans had guns, because you came out of a gun culture. You lived on a farm. You had to be able to protect your livestock, protect your home, things like this. So he said they had a gun on the nightstand, over the fireplace, something like that. And he said when they first a lot of the African-American civil rights workers came from the North and they were coming down South. He said when they first got down there, he said those black people down there said, we know you're nonviolent, but we're not. And we're not going to let these white people kill you. Okay, because they knew what the white people were capable of, and he said it was Negroes with guns, African Americans with guns, protecting the civil rights workers. But let me just share a quick this paragraph from his piece, and I'm going to go back to your piece. He said, "What is it? Thus, the tradition of armed self-defense in Afro-American history cannot be disconnected from the successes of what today is called the nonviolent civil rights movement. Participants in that movement always saw themselves as part of a centuries-long history of Black life and struggle." Centuries, plural. Centuries-long history of Black life and struggle. Guns in no way contradicted the lessons of that history. Indeed, the idea of nonviolent struggle was newer in the Black community, and it was protected in many ways by gunfire and the threat of gunfire. Simply put, because nonviolence works so well as a tactic for effecting change and was demonstrably improving their lives, some black people chose to use weapons to defend the nonviolent freedom movement. Although it is counterintuitive, any discussion of guns in the movement must therefore also include substantial discussion of nonviolence and vice versa. And this hits right on what you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. And he lays it out. I mean, it's a great book that he mentioned that everybody should pick up. It's a symbiotic relationship, but we don't look at it as such. We disparage the self-defense and don't take it seriously as a legitimate political action that was necessary, not only for Black folk to survive, but for Black folk to advance using armed self-defense. Using nonviolent direct action.
Exactly. And we're not talking about vigilantes. We ain't talking about just crazy people just running out. We just gonna go out and hurt people. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people protecting themselves and protecting others who white people are trying to kill. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Exactly.
I want people to don't misunderstand me. Go ahead.
No, you're absolutely right. Like the self-defense aspect, the one thing that we don't see in any serious way. I mean, there are some examples, some stories of it. But Black folk, for the most part, don't go on the offensive. Right? I mean, not using weapons on the offensive. I mean, we can debate tactics and usefulness and the like. But what they do is, especially in the rural South, things will change when you get to the urban North, because now you're no longer dealing with vigilante violence. You're dealing with police violence. You're dealing with the state in a public way. Now that changes the equation there. But when you're down in the South, especially in the rural South, as soon as Black folk began to pick up their guns, those racial terrorists, they backed down.
Right.
When they knew they would do these drive-bys, right?
Right.
Drive-bys of Black men. These are night riders. They were driving by.
Right.
And then these movement families would pick up their guns and they would fire back. That was a major deterrent.
Exactly.
Fighting back for their lives.
Exactly. And when you study Robert F. Williams and the Black Guard, and Robert F. Williams was the president of the Monroe County chapter of the NAACP. Okay. And he advocated African Americans protect themselves, protect civil rights workers, things like this. They talk about the Black. There was a documentary called Negroes with Guns, and he also wrote the book Negroes with Guns. And one of the things they talked about, it was that when the Klan would come through their neighborhood, the Klan would drive through their neighborhood, a lot of African Americans would run in the house, pull down the shade. The Black Guard would go in the house, get their guns. They would come out, stand on the sidewalk in a line and stand in the line with their guns and stare the Klan down, and the Klan would just drive on by. And one of the things they were saying was that the Klan believed in white supremacy, but they weren't willing to die for white supremacy. Okay.
Yeah. That's it. And this is the myth, the great myth behind white supremacy, right? Is this belief in superiority, but it's just cowardice.
Right.
And Black folk understood. They knew they were outnumbered. They knew that behind the Klan was the state, right? You're not just dealing with the Klan.
Right.
The Klan is connected with the police. And
The sheriff, the police, all that. Yep.
It's all wrapped up, right? And then you got to deal with these, the militias. So black folk understood, right? Like that was part of the problem about going on the offensive, right? Because it would be more than just these terrorists.
Right.
But they understood too that they were cowards. Right. Right. That they weren't willing to die, right? Right. For their principles in the way black folk were willing to die to save their lives. Exactly.
Okay. Now I know you're short on time. I think we got 5 minutes before the break. How much more time do you have? Just curious. I don't want to jam you up.
We can. Go ahead.
How much more time you have? Can you hear me?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
I'm sorry. We can go to we can go to the top of the hour. We can go to the top of the hour.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine because we got 5 minutes before the break. Okay. So let me see something here. Okay, let me. I want to share a little bit more of your piece here that you wrote. Okay, so you said Clinton's remarks were disappointing, but not surprising. Soon after Carmichael called for Black Power, a chorus of left-leaning voices denounced him as the prophet of rage and the high priest of hate. This criticism has never abated. I repeat, this criticism has never abated. Instead, it has been bolstered by historians who take a dim view of activists who embraced racial solidarity and reinforced by cultural influencers who share the same negative perspective. This mischaracterization of Carmichael, Kwame Toure, serves a purpose. It allows people to dismiss his critique of America. Carmichael believed that racial inequality was fundamentally a political and economic problem. Let me repeat. Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael believed that racial inequality was fundamentally a political and economic problem. Achieving racial equality therefore required a radical transformation of American politics and economics. Unlike Lewis and other adherents to philosophical nonviolence, Carmichael Kwame Toure did not believe that racism was principally a moral dilemma. Love, therefore, would not be enough to protect Black ballots, Black people, Black votes, Black ballots, provide Black children with the education they deserved, lift Black people out of poverty, or stop radical terrorism. Okay, go ahead and the remaining couple of minutes, go ahead and comment on that.
Well, I think the key point I was trying to make there is, yes, we were disappointed by this drive-by that Clinton did on Stokely Carmichael, but it is not surprising because this has been the narrative about the civil rights movement and the Black Power era and Black radicalism and Stokely Carmichael for some 50 years, and it absolutely serves a particular purpose, and that is to reduce the problems of racism to individuals and individual behavior, and not address what Kwame Toure was pointing out, even at this young age, and to critique only gets stronger as he develops politically. Even when this is about systems, this is about structures.
Right.
Eventually, Kwame Toure is like, look, we can't even operate within this capitalist structure. We can't even operate within this existing political structure. We got to push hard towards Pan-Africanism and specifically towards socialism. And he's moving. I mean, he's developing. All the great thinkers evolve. But even at this age, he's like, look, well, I may not be at the socialist point yet, African socialism, but I know that this darn thing ain't working.
Right.
And that it's not about just a couple bad apples, right? Like this is about the entire system is corrupt. And so that's what we don't want to deal with. That's what these folks don't want to deal with. They don't want to deal with that structural critique. So they don't want to deal. So they're so quick to dismiss Black Power. And I'll just say this lastly, that the danger with dismissing Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael, is an undermining him. Is if you dismiss him, then you can dismiss his ideas. If you can label him a fanatic, if you can label him as crazy, if you can label him as undemocratic, then you can dismiss his ideas.
Right.
And if you dismiss his ideas, then you can dismiss all the people for whom those ideas actually resonated. And that was a majority of black folks. And so now you end up dealing with black folks, all because you undermined what Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael was offering as a critique of this society.
Exactly. And when I talked to Professor Manu and Pim today, he told me, because see, what a lot of people don't seem to understand is there were a lot of prominent civil rights activists, African-American civil rights activists then, who were against Kwame Toure in the direction SNCC took. Okay, they were for the more traditional, nonviolent Dr. King way, and John Lewis was one of those. But Professor Manu and Pim told me that last week, Representative James Clyburn, who was a former member of SNCC, things like this, he said he was saying worse things about Kwame Toure and the direction SNCC took than Clinton was. So it was a lot of people. So this is a fragmentation of the movement that I don't think a lot of people really understand. And we got like a minute before the break. You could comment on that.
Yeah, no, you're right. But I think it's critically important that we also keep in mind that there have always been strategic and tactical differences and disagreements within the Black freedom struggle, right?
Right.
From 1619 to the present. So that's not new. That's not uncommon.
Right.
But what is different, I think, in this moment is the way in which presumably white allies, like liberals, like progressives, have latched on to this one particular Black approach and said, this is the one way, this is the only way, this is the right way, and then anything else is wrong and aberrant. And that we have to be mindful of, because that's dangerous.
Exactly.
Nobody outside of our community should dictate to us our approach and the lessons that can be drawn from it.
Absolutely. So we're out of time here. Give people your, how can people get in contact with you? Let people know about your social media platforms.
Oh, absolutely. I'm most active on Twitter, and they can find me at Prof Jeffries, at PROF Jeffries, JEFFRIES. Would love to hear from the listeners. We'd love to be in dialogue and in conversation going forward. And you can always email me if that's preferred. And my email is jeffries.57@osu.edu. I know y'all in Michigan, but if you just show a little love to brother down in Ohio, I'd appreciate that as well.
All right, brother. Well, look, man, it's good to talk to you. We're going to have you back again soon. Okay, brother?
Absolutely. Thanks so much. I enjoyed you keep fighting. You keep doing a good job, man.
All right. Thank you, brother. Tell your uncle, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, I said Hotep as well. Okay. All right. Peace. And Dr. Hasan and Representative Jeffries as well. Okay.
Yes, my brother. Yeah.
Hakeem, Representative Hakeem. I just saw him today on MSNBC. That's a bad brother.
Yeah, he's good. That's my older brother. I say, look, that's my older brother, but I'm still my mama's favorite. So
right. Well, you all have that Jeffries chin, man. That's how I can tell you all related. Okay. All right. Take care, brother. Okay, everybody.
Okay.
All right. Peace. Hey, you listen to the African History Network show, 9:10 a.m. Superstation Future Radio. I'm Michael Imhotep. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Are you behind on paying bills?
Stand by, everybody. We'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm way past the break. Stand by. We'll take a mandatory commercial break. Stand by, everybody. Share this broadcast. When we come back, I'm going to share some more of this piece that Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries did. He had to go. And then we're going to some of these other topics. I want to deal with LeBron James and his teammates taking the knee during the National Anthem. We'll talk a little about Ota Benga, and I want to deal with some of President Obama's comments during John Lewis' funeral as well. We'll be back in just a minute. And by
to those found in original Medicare. Benefits like dental, vision, and...
All right, stand by, everybody.
So
Stand by, everybody. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, let's see who we have here. Got Jackie, Vonnie. How's everybody doing? Anita. CORE organized a lot of the freedom rides. CORE, Congress of Racial Equality. CORE was looked at as the more radical group. They used also the Deacons for Defense and Justice more. We have orders shipping out this week also for those that ordered from DVDs from us also.
division of Adele Media.
Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 910 a.m. the Superstation of Future Radio. I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, August 2nd, 2020. And we are live. Calling numbers 313-778-7600, 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. We just finished speaking with Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries, nephew of one of my teachers, Dr. Leonard Jeffries. Fantastic interview with him. We talked about Bill Clinton's comments. Well, first of all, we talked about the op-ed piece he wrote for the Washington Post. Stokely Carmichael didn't deserve Bill Clinton's swipe during John Lewis's funeral. We talked about Bill Clinton's comments, Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Toure, the Black Power Movement, SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and SNCC. And the Black Power Movement really comes out of SNCC, and SNCC comes out of SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference. So we dealt with so much history. Okay, so I talked to Dr. Leonard Jeffries today, Professor Manu Ampim, and Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries. So it's been a busy day. Okay, all right. 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. Also, I want to deal briefly. We'll talk a little bit about LeBron James and teammates take a knee during the National Anthem. Ota Benga gets an apology from the Bronx Zoo, and we'll do a little bit with President Barack Obama's comments at his eulogy of John Lewis. And it just, I mean, I was happy to see President Obama speak because I warned y'all in 2016 about this jackass we have now, and he's getting worse day by day. He's trying to undermine the 2020 election because he knows he's going to lose. He's involved in slowing down the pace of the delivery of mail and the processing of mail in the U.S. Postal Service. I mean, this dude has dictatorship qualities. Okay. And speaking of dictators, if you saw the post that I did today, August 2nd, 1934, today is the anniversary of Adolf Hitler becoming a dictator in Germany. Okay. Go to history.com. I posted an article dealing with that, and it dealt with how when Hitler and the Nazi Party came into power, they dismantled the what was left of the democratic government in Germany and start rewriting the laws, things like this. See, we don't understand history enough to keep history from repeating. I'm just saying, okay. And authoritarianism doesn't happen overnight. It happens incrementally. It doesn't happen all at one time. It happens incrementally. Okay. They start ignoring the Constitution, trying to change the Constitution. They start ignoring the law, things like this, letting their friends out of prison, giving their friends pardons who've been convicted. Okay. All right. So let's continue with this piece. And JT, do we have any callers, JT? JT, we have any callers? Okay, maybe you can't hear me right now. Let's go back to this piece that Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries wrote for the Washington Post. Stokely Carmichael didn't deserve Bill Clinton's swipe during John Lewis's funeral. So he went on. Missing Stokely Carmichael allows people to ignore systemic racism and to emphasize instead individual prejudicial behavior. Prejudicial behavior. Now, racism is a system of advantage and privilege distributed based upon race. Racism does not have anything to do with not liking people racial epithets. Okay, you're not dealing with people's hearts in general. Okay, and the mistake people make. People think that if you can change, then you change the overall system. Not necessarily. Racism is a system of advantage and privilege distributed based upon race. Racism accompanies the wealth, benefits, privileges, land, access to education, access to opportunity, and they use that to marginalize, subordinate, and do harm to another race of people. Now, I have stated before, and I'll maintain that when we understand what a system is dealing with this example here, a system is not a computer program. A system is not an operating system. A system is a group of people indoctrinated with a certain ideology that work to uphold and enforce that ideology. That's what a system is. Okay. But just getting people to love everybody, that's not going to change the system, because you can love people and still oppress people at the same time. But the solution to ending police violence in Selma, Alabama in 1965 was not simply removing Dallas County, Alabama Sheriff Jim Clark. You hear Dr. King referencing Sheriff Jim Clark. OK, it wasn't just removing him. Just removing him didn't address the problems in the system with policing there in Dallas County. To be sure, personnel had to change, but so did the culture and practice of policing, as well as the priorities of the criminal justice system. The quote unquote bad apple theory of police misconduct was as false then as it is now. Beyond marginalizing structural analysis, misrepresenting Carmichael distorts his life and legacy. Kwame Toure Stokely Carmichael was a master organizer. In 1965, he shepherded into being the original Black Panther Party, a radically democratic, all-Black political party in Lowndes County, Alabama. That's the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, founded in 1965 in Lowndes County, Alabama. He was also a brilliant political theoretician responsible for breathing life into Black power. Kwame Toure Stokely Carmichael preceded John Lewis in death by some 20 years. And like his SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee comrade, he also got into some good trouble during and after the movement. Too often, though, we don't think of his activism as such. We brush it aside as pointless rabble-rousing. Disparaging Kwame Toure also warps civil rights history. The narrative that flows from this viewpoint overemphasizes Dr. King, overstates white participation in the civil rights movement. Even though there were white people who participated in the civil rights movement, they went to jail with us. They were beaten also. Some of them were killed. Like Viola Louisa, who's from Detroit. She saw Bloody Sunday in her living room, March 7th, 1965. She was so moved by what she saw, she goes down to Alabama to help the African Americans organize down there for the Voting Rights Act, to help them organize things like that. And she's shot and killed by the Ku Klux Klan. Okay, so that did happen. So they overstate white participation, even though it did take place. They overlook self-defense and overestimate federal support. In addition, it makes it hard to see the ways that civil rights and Black power inform today's Black Lives Matter protests. Let me repeat, it makes it hard to see the ways that civil rights and Black power inform today's Black Lives Matter protests. And one of the things I tell the activists, things like this, you need to understand history and law and politics, understand how all this intersects, because unfortunately, a lot of them don't understand history. America is experiencing a racial justice reckoning, the likes of which we haven't seen since the 1960s. Perhaps if the movement had gone a little further towards Stokely, quote unquote, towards Stokely back then and addressed systemic racism, there would be no need for people to take to the streets today. Maybe this time, if Carmichael, quote unquote, prevails, things will be different. Okay, so that's the op-ed piece from Dr. Hasan Kwame Jeffries, Associate Professor of History at Ohio State University. Stokely Carmichael didn't deserve Bill Clinton's swipe during John Lewis's funeral. But once again, as I said before at the beginning of the show, and a lot of people are not saying this on social media, I don't think a lot of people notice because they haven't studied John Lewis. What Bill Clinton said, and see, Bill Clinton and John Lewis were friends, okay? And I'm not knocking them for being friends, but what Bill Clinton said about Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Toure, that's how John Lewis felt. And that's a part of the history that has to be talked about. If you go watch the second series of Eyes on the Prize, it's on YouTube, because I've been going through watching it again. I saw when it originally aired. It came out in 1980, something like that. The first installment of Eyes on the Prize deals with from 1954 to 1965. It ends with the Voting Rights Act. And the Voting Rights Act was signed August 6, 1965. So we're coming up on that anniversary, okay? The second installment of Eyes on the Prize, it's called American Experience, Eyes on the Prize. That dealt with from about 1966, 65, 66 through the 80s. And John Lewis is in there, and he talks about he talks about leaving SNCC, losing the chairmanship in 1966. He talks about the change that takes place in SNCC, white people not being welcome in SNCC anymore. And he says he leaves and never goes back. He talks about the change towards a change away from nonviolence, things like this. That's in that second series of Eyes on the Prize. People need to go watch that. Okay, that gives you some background information. This is not an attack on John Lewis. This is understanding this nuanced, complicated history. It's a complicated history. Okay. All right. So check that out. And let me see, what's the name of it on YouTube. Now I have the original Eyes on the Prize series. I have the box set DVD. I got that from Amazon. I'm trying to get the new one, the second installment, and that's not available. It's unavailable right now. I don't think they're producing it or something, man. And this is a whole nother thing. This is a whole nother subject. All these documentaries and things like this dealing with our history, we need to own this stuff. Because I don't think we own Eyes on the Prize. We need to own that. That needs to be available right now. They should be showing that on TV 24/7 as far as I'm concerned. Okay. Because that's a history, even though there's some flaws in it, especially the first series from 54. It starts with Brown versus Board of Education, if I remember correctly. Brown versus Board of Education, then they go to Emmett Till. 54 to 65. Even though there's some flaws there, because they don't talk about the armed resistance there. But in the second installment that deals with like 65 through the 80s, they deal with the Deacons for Defense and Justice in there. I was watching it on YouTube. They show the Deacons for Defense and Justice. Willie Ricks, Mukasa Dada is in there. SNCC. Kwame Toure gives Willie Ricks credit for the ground organizing and preparing the people to be ready for the term and concept of Black power. That's in Eyes on the Prize. We got to own this stuff. Is good for it to be shown, but if you can't control that message and control when it's produced and I can't get it on. I want to buy it. I want it on DVD. I can't get it. It's not being produced. We got to own this stuff. All right. So let me see here. I was watching, I think I have it here. I'll give you the name of it. Or you just search for Eyes on the Prize, search for 1966, 67, it'll come up, okay? I got to continue because we run out of time. We only have 2 hours here on that today on the Superstation. We're going to continue after the top of the hour. We'll continue on my social media platforms, the African History Network and Michael Imhotep on YouTube, okay? All right, let's go to... let's go. Okay, so you could look at Black Power Movement, 1967 and 1968, America's Civil Rights Movement. And that's Eyes on the Prize, okay? That's on YouTube. Let's go to give you a little background information on SNCC. History.com has a good article dealing with SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, formed to give younger blacks more of a voice in the civil rights movement. It became one of the movement's more radical branches. In the wake of the early sit-ins at lunch counters closed to African Americans, which started in February 1960 in Greensboro, North Carolina, Ella Baker, who does not get a lot of credit for her work. She was a co-founder of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, along with Dr. King. There was sexism that took place in the movement. Sexism took place in SCLC. Dr. King was a sexist. I love Dr. King, but he was a sexist. He did not think that women belonged in permanent leadership positions in the movement. And this is one of the reasons why Ella Baker is going to leave Southern Christian Leadership Conference that she helped to co-found in 1957, because she got passed over for a permanent leadership position in the movement. In SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, okay? SNCC is going to come out of SCLC. So Ella Baker, then director of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, helped set up the first meeting of what became SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. She was concerned that SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, led by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., was out of touch with younger African Americans who wanted the movement to make faster progress. When you watch African Americans, Many Rivers to Cross by Dr. Henry Louis Skip the Truth Gates. Now, Gates does some good work. One of my teachers, Dr. Lyndon Jeffries, calls him Dr. Henry Louis Skip the Truth Gates, because oftentimes he does skip over the truth. But I've read numerous articles and I give him credit. He does do some good work. Okay. African Americans, Many Rivers to Cross, the 6-part series that aired on PBS in 2012. They deal with the March Against Fear, June 1966 in Greenwood, Mississippi. And there's a scene where there's a reporter standing between Kwame Toure, Stokely Carmichael, and Dr. King. And they're walking and they're talking about the direction of the movement. And Kwame Toure talks about how he disagrees with Dr. King. Okay. You had these differences that take place. And the younger generation did not think the movement was moving fast enough, and they want to use different tactics. Okay. So Ella Baker encouraged those who formed SNCC to look beyond integration to broader social change and to view King's principle of nonviolence more as a political tactic than as a way of life. Nonviolence more of a political tactic than as a way of life. The new group played a large part in the freedom rides. Now, it's important to understand, in general, and I've talked about this before, in general, the goal of the modern day civil rights movement was desegregation as opposed to integration, meaning the goal wasn't to give up our businesses, give up our schools, things like this, to be able to go to white people's schools and business. The goal was to have all of our rights now. Keep our businesses, keep our schools, things like this. Even when you deal with Brown versus Board of Education, the real fight there was for equal funding. We wanted equal funding for our schools as opposed to having dilapidated schools, outdated textbooks, things like this. We wanted equal funding. The goal wasn't for us to send our children miles away, have them bused to white schools to be taught by teachers who didn't love them, didn't care about them, send them into hostile territories. That wasn't the goal. We wanted equal funding for our schools, okay? And you did have cases where You had the white school that was 3 blocks away, and our children couldn't go to the white school 3 blocks away. They had to go to the black school 5 miles away. You did have cases like that. We wanted equal access, but we didn't want to give what we had. We wanted equal funding for our schools. Okay. What we got was busing. And one of the things that happened was, because children were taken out of a lot of our schools, the population, a lot of our schools dropped. So a lot of those schools had to be closed. We lost a lot of African-American teachers, African-American principals, things like this. Okay. So what we got wasn't necessarily what we wanted and what we fought for. Now you're going to have some elitists who that's what they wanted, but that's not what the masses of African-Americans wanted. So we have to understand those nuances. We have to understand that difference. Okay, so the new group played a large part in the freedom rides aimed at desegregating buses and in the marches organized by Dr. King and SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Under the leadership of James Foreman, Bob Moses, and Marion Barry. Marion Barry goes on to become the mayor of Washington, D.C. twice. Under the leadership of James Foreman, Bob Moses, and Marion Barry, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee also directed much of the black voter registration drives in the South. 3 of its members died at the hands of the Ku Klux Klan during the Mississippi Freedom Summer 1964, as Goodman, Schwerner, and Cheney. Events such as these heightened divisions between Dr. King and SNCC. Okay. The later, SNCC objected to compromises at the 1964 Democratic National Convention, where the party refused to replace the all-white Mississippi delegation with the integrated Freedom Democrats.
Hey, Imhotep, we do have to go to break.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize we were past break. Okay. We'll continue this on the other side of the break. Listen to the African History Network show, 9:10 a.m. Superstation Future Radio. I'm Michael Imhotep. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, stand by, everybody. I didn't realize we went past break. Just time just goes by. It's just okay. Stand by, everybody. We'll continue this on the other side of the break. How's everybody doing? Who we have here? I need to send them this clip here too. Stand by. I got to send him this clip. Stand by, everybody. Everybody share this broadcast on your social media platforms. Invite your friends to tune in. You're not going to hear this type of information other places. Okay, just a minute here. I gotta send this email. Oh, come on, what is this? Welcome back to the African History Network show right here on 9:10 a.m. the Superstation of Future Radio. I'm your host, Brother Michael Imhotep. It is Sunday, August 2nd, 2020, and we are live. Hope everybody's doing well. Calling numbers 313-778-7600. 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. Okay, so JT, do we have any callers? Can you hear me? Do we have any callers? All right, let's continue. I want to go back to this piece from history.com, official website of the History Channel. And this deals with SNCC and the founding of SNCC. It goes on to say, in 1966, Stokely Carmichael was elected head of SNCC and popularized the term Black Power to characterize the new tactics and goals, including Black self-reliance and the use of violence as a legitimate means of self-defense. He also drew attention to the plight of Blacks in the inner cities. Carmichael's successor, H. Rap Brown, went further, saying, quote, violence is as American as cherry pie, end quote. But the fires and disorders that followed in the summer of 1967 led to H. Rap Brown's arrest for incitement to riot, and SNCC disbanded shortly thereafter as the civil rights movement itself splintered. Okay, so check this out from history.com, official website of the History Channel. It's just entitled SNCC, SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. All right. And then also history.com has a good piece on Stokely Carmichael also. Where is that one? They have a good piece on Stokely Carmichael, and he goes on. He goes on to join the Black Panther Party for self-defense as well. Okay. All right. 313-778-7600 is the call-in number if you have a question or comment. JT, do we have any callers? All right. And where's that other piece that I had? Let me see something here. Okay, yeah, Stokely Carmichael from history.com as well. So check that article out. They had a good piece there also. All right, so let's continue. I want to see if we can get this clip of President Obama at the delivering the eulogy for John Lewis. So we're going to try to see if we can get that going also. All right. But this past week, there's so much that took place. And USA Today had a good article. I posted this. This deals with after kneeling during the national anthem, LeBron James hopes he made Colin Kaepernick proud. After kneeling during the national anthem, LeBron James hopes he made Colin Kaepernick proud. So this is from July 31st, 2020. As he knelt and locked arms during the national anthem Thursday night, Los Angeles Lakers LeBron James did not just protest systemic racism. He also wanted to send a message to former NFL quarterback Colin Kaepernick. Okay. And I guess we'll just play President Obama from my end. So we'll go to that in just a minute. Looks like it's playing all right. He said, quote, I hope we made Cap proud. I hope we continue to make Cap proud every single day. I hope I make him proud with how I live my life, not only on the basketball floor, but off the floor. LeBron James said after the Lakers 103-101 win over the Clippers Thursday. He said, quote, I've been one to always speak out about things that I feel like is unjust. If I'm educated on things, I always go about it that way. So Cap was someone who stood up when times were not comfortable and people didn't understand or refused to listen to what he was saying. So this is a lesson in perseverance and how the tide has turned. And now NFL, Roger Goodell came out and admitted that they were wrong to be against the players taking the knee. Now, he didn't apologize to Colin Kaepernick, which he should. But We saw Major League Baseball. We saw Detroit Tigers. We saw some other players, Major League Baseball teams, take a knee during the national anthem as the season opens. It's going to be a short-lived season. 14 Florida Marlins caught coronavirus. It's going to be a short-lived season for Major League Baseball. Maybe the same thing for NBA. We'll see. Now, 4 years ago, Colin Kaepernick first knelt during the national anthem to protest racial inequality and police brutality, but he received immediate backlash amid charges that he was disrespecting the quote-unquote flag and the military by performing a peaceful protest during the national anthem. The other thing that's important to note is that the idea of taking the knee came from a former Green Beret, Nate Boyer, who was a former Green Bay Packers player for the Green Bay Packers, and taking the knee is a sign of respect in the military. So when people say taking a knee is disrespectful to the military, taking a knee comes from the military, and it's a sign of respect in the military. Okay, so I saw that caught my eye. Check out this article from USA Today. After kneeling during national anthem, LeBron James hopes he made Colin Kaepernick proud. Okay, so I saw that, and then I want to let's go to let me play this clip. I'm gonna play this from this side, JT. This is from NBC News. Obama eulogizes John Lewis, founding father of that fuller, fairer, better American. I just want to play a clip of this here.
Cigarette extinguished on their backs, or a foot aimed at their ribs, refused to let that dent their dignity and their sense of purpose. And after a few months, the Nashville campaign achieved the first successful desegregation of public facilities in any major city in the South. John got a taste of jail for the first, second, third, well, several times. But he also got a taste of victory, and it consumed him with righteous purpose. And he took the battle deeper into the South. That same year, just weeks after the Supreme Court ruled that segregation of interstate bus facilities was unconstitutional, John and Bernard Lafayette bought 2 tickets, climbed aboard a Greyhound, sat up front, and refused to move. This was months before the first official freedom rides. He was doing a test. Trip was unsanctioned. Few knew what they were up to. And at every stop through the night, apparently the angry driver stormed out of the bus and into the bus station. And John and Bernard had no idea what he might come back with, or who he might come back with. Nobody was there to protect them. There were no camera crews to record events. Sometimes, Rev, we read about this and we kind of take it for granted, or at least we act as if it was inevitable. Imagine the courage of 2 people Malia's age, younger than my oldest daughter, on their own, to challenge an entire infrastructure of oppression. John was only 20 years old, but he pushed all 20 of those years to the center of the table, betting everything, all of it, that his example could challenge centuries of convention and generations of brutal violence and countless daily indignities suffered by African Americans.
Are you looking for a great deal on advertising? Here at 910 AM Superstation, we're doing an amazing offer that you can't refuse with our Godfather package special. You receive $200. That's right.
Hey, JT, we're on break.
That's $2.50 per spot. All spots must end within a 30-day schedule. And 910 AM Superstation will produce your spots for free. Please contact Renisha Williams at 313-434-8291. That's 313-434-8291. Please call now.
JT, we on break?
No, we're back. We haven't had audio from you in a couple minutes now.
Oh, you didn't have audio? Oh, okay. Oh, it wasn't playing? Okay. Let me send you this. I thought it was playing. It was playing on my end. I wonder why. Line 2 is open. Hold on. Let me send you. I'm gonna send you this clip of.
Yeah, whatever you're using it on, it's not translating over.
Okay. Let me send you this clip of President Obama and I'm gonna send it to you now. I'm not sure why, because people on Facebook and YouTube can hear it. It is not going through Skype. I'm calling into the show through Skype, so it's not. That's weird. Okay, line 2 is open. I mean, channel 2 is open. Okay, I just sent it to you. Do me a favor, start up at like about the 9-minute mark if you can. Did you get it? Did it come through?
You gotta give me a couple minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, start up at about the 9-minute mark. Okay, so people on the radio side couldn't hear it, but people on the social media side could. All right, so we'll get that clip queued up here in just a minute. I talked about in the eulogy that President Obama gave. He talked about a number of different themes. One of them is he didn't mention Trump's name, but he talked about the slowing down of the U.S. Postal Service to try to basically steal an election. Washington Post had an article from, I think, July 31st, 2020. Postal Service backlog sparks worries that ballot.
Yeah, so I got it ready whenever you are now.
Okay. Postal Service backlog sparks worries that ballot delivery could be delayed in November. Postal Service backlog sparks worries that ballot delivery could be delayed in November. We'll go back to President Obama. We'll come back to this. And then I want to get into one of the things he talked about in his speech was Shelby County versus Holder, U.S. Supreme Court case of 2013. He didn't mention it by name, but he talked about the Supreme Court gutting Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. We're going to talk a little bit about that because the bill to strengthen the 1965 Voting Rights Act has passed the U.S. House of Representatives, but is stuck in the U.S. Senate. So all these people, Mitch McConnell, all these Republicans who want to talk about how great John Lewis was, you need to put your money where your mouth is and vote for the John Lewis Voting Rights Act bill that strengthens the 1965 Voting Rights Act. And it deals with it deals with the pre-clearance, which deals with states that had a history of putting obstacles in the way of African Americans voting. Poll tests, literacy tests, things like this, poll taxes, literacy tests. Because of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, if they wanted to change the locations of polling locations, if they wanted to change how many weekends you could have early voting, anything like that, they had to get permission from a federal judge. Okay, well, what Shelby County versus Holder did was it weakened Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act so that they don't have to get permission from a federal judge to make these changes. Right after that Supreme Court decision came down, states started making changes and started passing voter ID laws, various types of voter suppression laws, et cetera. So in the 2016 presidential election, there were 868 fewer polling places. 868 fewer polling places. Ari Berman, who writes at the time wrote for thenation.com, had a series of articles dealing with the voter suppression that was taking place in the 2016 presidential election. And he has one article dealing with their 868 fewer polling places. Today, there are about 1,700 fewer polling places. A lot of those polling places that were shut down are in communities that have a high African-American or Hispanic population. Okay. Let's go back to this clip from President Obama.
John was only 20 years old when he pushed all 20 of those years to the center of the table, betting everything, all of it, that his example could challenge centuries of convention and generations of brutal violence and countless daily indignities suffered by African Americans. Like John the Baptist preparing the way. Like those Old Testament prophets speaking truth to kings. John Lewis did not hesitate, and he kept on getting on board buses and sitting at lunch counters, got his mugshot taken again and again, marched again and again on a mission to change America. Spoke to 250,000 people at the March on Washington when he was just 23. Helped organize the Freedom Summer in Mississippi when he was just 24. At the ripe old age of 25, John was asked to lead the march from Selma to Montgomery. He was warned that Governor Wallace had ordered troopers to use violence. But he and Hosea Williams and others led them across that bridge anyway. And we've all seen the film and the footage and the photographs. President Clinton mentioned the trench coat, the knapsack, the book to read, the apple to eat, the toothbrush. Apparently, jails weren't big on such creature comforts. And you look at those pictures, and John looks so young, and he's small in stature, looking every bit that shy, serious child that his mother had raised, and yet he's full of purpose. God's put perseverance in him. And we know what happened to the marchers that day. Their bones were cracked by billy clubs, their eyes and lungs choked with tear gas. They knelt to pray, which made their heads easier targets. And John was struck in the skull, and he thought he was going to die. Surrounded by the sight of young Americans gagging and bleeding and trampled. Victims in their own country of state-sponsored violence. And the thing is, I imagine initially that day, the troopers thought they'd won the battle. You can imagine the conversations they had afterwards. You can imagine them saying, yeah, we showed them. They figured they'd turn the protesters back over the bridge. That they preserved a system that denied the basic humanity of their fellow citizens. Except this time there were some cameras there. This time the world saw what happened, bore witness to Black Americans who were asking for nothing more than to be treated like other Americans, who were not asking for special treatment, just equal treatment, promised to them a century before, and almost another century before that. And when John woke up and checked himself out of the hospital, he would make sure the world saw a movement that was, in the words of Scripture, hard pressed on every side, but not crushed. Perplexed, but not in despair. Persecuted, but not abandoned. Struck down, but not destroyed. They returned to Brown Chapel, a battered prophet, bandages around his head. And he said, more marchers will come now. And the people came. And the troopers parted. And the marchers reached Montgomery. And their words reached the White House. And Lyndon Johnson, son of the South, said, we shall overcome. And the Voting Rights Act was signed into law. The life of John Lewis was in so many ways exceptional. It vindicated the faith in our founding, redeemed that faith. At most American of ideas. The idea that any of us, ordinary people without rank or wealth or title or fame, can somehow point out the imperfections of this nation and come together and challenge the status quo and decide that it is in our power to remake this country that we love until it more closely aligns with our highest ideals. What a radical idea. What a revolutionary notion. This idea that any of us, ordinary people, a young kid from Troy, can stand up to the powers and principalities and say, no, this isn't right, this isn't true, this isn't just. We can do better. On the battlefield of justice, Americans like John, Americans like Reverends Lowry and C.T. Vivian, two other patriots that we lost this year, liberated all of us. But many Americans came to take for granted. America was built by people like that. America was built by John Lewis's. He, as much as anyone in our history, brought this country a little bit closer to our highest ideals. And someday when we do finish that long journey towards freedom, when we do form a more perfect union, whether it's years from now or decades or even if it takes another 2 centuries, John Lewis will be a founding father of that fuller, fairer, better America. And yet, as exceptional as John was, here's the thing, John never believed that what he did was more than any citizen of this country can do. I mentioned in the statement the day John passed, the thing about John was just how gentle and humble he was.
Hey, pause it right there, JT.
And despite this storied, remarkable career, he treated everyone with kindness and respect because it was innate to him. This idea that any of us.
Hey, JT, stop the clip right there. Okay. All right. So that's an excerpt of President Obama's eulogy from Thursday at Representative John Lewis' funeral. That's from NBC. So it's all over the internet, all over YouTube. You can check that out. But you can go to NBC.com or you can go to NBC's YouTube channel. So very quickly here. One of the things that President Obama said, and it's in the article from the Washington Post, Obama delivers call to action and eulogy for Lewis, likens tactics by Trump and administration to those by racist Southern leaders who fought civil rights. Okay, I wasn't exactly sure where it was in the eulogies, so we didn't get to it. But one of the things he said was, quote, Bull Connor may be gone, but today we witness with our own eyes police officers kneeling on the necks of Black Americans. George Wallace may be gone, but we can witness our federal government sending agents to use tear gas and batons against peaceful demonstrators. We may no longer have to guess the number of jelly beans in a jar in order to cast a ballot. But even as we sit there, there are those in power who are doing their darndest to discourage people from voting. Some of them are Black too, just so you know, so they can prop up their platforms, social media platforms, things like this. But so he goes on to say, so President Obama connected Donald Trump to George Wallace, the former Alabama governor who led the segregation movement, without ever saying the current president's name. President Obama accused the current administration of, quote, even undermining the Postal Service, end quote, as an effort to block more voters from participating in democracy. Without naming his former vice president, Joe Biden, President Obama signaled that that voters should elect Joe Biden and give Democrats the U.S. Senate majority. They should abolish the 60-vote filibuster in the Senate to advance voting rights. He said that the 60-vote filibuster is a Jim Crow relic, quote unquote, a Jim Crow relic. So let's see here. I made some notes here in the article. Now, in the days since, so the article from the Washington Post goes on to say, in the days since John Lewis's death, there has been renewed calls for Congress to act on voting rights and name the legislation in John Lewis's honor. In 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court invalidated a crucial component of the landmark 1965 Voting Rights Act, ruling that Congress had not taken into account the nation's racial progress when citing certain states for federal oversight. The House of Representatives passed legislation. The Democratic-led House of Representatives passed legislation in December 2019 to restore those protections. But the bill has languished in the GOP-led Senate led by Moscow Mitch McConnell. This is why Moscow Mitch McConnell has to go. This is why Democrats have to take back control of the U.S. Senate. Now, I'm neither Democrat nor Republican, but I'm not stupid either. I can see who's blocking bills that are beneficial to African Americans. There were 433 bills that the U.S. House of Representatives passed in 2019. 80% of those bills have died in the Senate or being blocked in the Senate, including the bill to raise the federal minimum wage by 2025 from $7.25 an hour, where it is now, to $15 an hour, including the Paycheck Fairness Act as well. Okay, so when you go study this, you see who the real obstructionists are. Then we saw that tying this in the coronavirus, we saw that 2 months and about 3 weeks ago, Democrats in the House of Representatives passed the $3 trillion HEROES Act. It's stuck in the Senate. They knew that July 31st, the $600 extra a week in unemployment insurance was going to run out. They knew this. It's not like Republicans have a calendar that has an extra month in it. They all knew this. Republicans didn't focus on a bill. They didn't take up the HEROES Act from the House of Representatives. They didn't focus on their bill to push it through in time so that there won't be a lapse in people getting the $600 extra in unemployment insurance. Then the Republicans left and went on a 3-day weekend, and they haven't come to an agreement on a bill. Okay, this is going to have a catastrophic effect unless they come up with a bill. Now, Republicans finally came up with a bill, but it's for $1 trillion, a little more than $1 trillion. The Democrats' bill is for $3 trillion, but Republicans go on a 3-day weekend, and Trump went to one of his golf resorts, while there's still no national plan to fight coronavirus. All this is taking place at the same time. Politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, the adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. All this has real consequences for people. Okay. Read the article from history.com. When did African Americans actually get the right to vote? When did African Americans actually get the right to vote, from history.com? And one of the things it talks about is Shelby County versus Holder, U.S. Supreme Court case, which was a backlash also to the record-setting 2012 turnout by African Americans in the presidential race. Okay. African Americans, 66.6% of the eligible African American voters voted. And that was when President Obama was on the ballot. Okay, we're out of time here on 910 a.m. on the Superstation. We're going to continue on our social media platforms. Right now, it's correct wrong behavior is not over till we win. Stay tuned for Pastor Mo. We'll talk to you next week. Peace. Okay, everybody, stand by.
Are you behind on paying bills?
We're going to continue for a little bit more here on my social media platforms. As time goes by quickly. So we do 2 hours on 910 a.m. the Superstation, WFDF in Detroit. And we'll continue here for a little while longer. It's been a very busy weekend, busy day, busy weekend. Hey, if you'd like this type of information, also, you can donate to the African History Network, $ the AHN Show through Cash App, $ the AHN Show through Cash App, or through PayPal, paypal.me/the AHN Show, paypal.me/the AHN Show. Or at our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com. Okay. All right. So when we look at Shelby County versus Holder, it's important to understand, and I speak, across the country and ask people about this U.S. Supreme Court case, and most people don't know what I'm talking about. In 2012, the turnout for African-American voters exceeded that of white voters for the first time in history. This scared white people, a lot of white Republicans to death. Not all white people were scared, but a lot of white Republicans were scared to death. 66.6% of eligible African-American voters turned out to re-elect President Obama. Now, in 2013, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a key provision of the 1965 Voting Rights Act in a 5-4 U.S. Supreme Court ruling, Shelby County versus Holder. And the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that it was unconstitutional to require states with a history of voter discrimination to seek federal approval before changing their election laws. In the wake of the court's decision, a number of states passed new restrictions on voting, including limiting early voting and requiring voters to show photo ID. Supporters argue such measures are designed to prevent voter fraud, while critics say they, like poll taxes and literacy tests before them, disproportionately affect poor, elderly, Black, and Latino voters. Okay, this is what we're dealing with. It's a voter suppression tactic. All right. And then, so yeah, read that article from history.com. And nowhere in the U.S. Constitution does it actually guarantee, nowhere in the U.S. Constitution does it actually explicitly give anyone the right to vote. Nowhere in the U.S. Constitution does it explicitly give anyone the right to vote. What it does, the 15th Amendment, 1870, which was adopted February 3rd, 1870. So this year is the sesquicentennial, the 150th anniversary of the 1870 of the 15th Amendment of 1870. It guarantees the right to vote. It protects the right to vote, but nowhere in the U.S. Constitution does it explicitly give anyone the right to vote. So there needs to be an amendment to the Constitution for that, it appears. Okay, let's continue. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to pull this clip up. May have to do this next show. And I'm trying to juggle all this technology broadcasting from home. So you have to bear with me here. So next show we'll continue. We'll talk some more about Kwame Toure next show. U.S. Postal Service slowing down. Donald Trump said he told his people to slow the testing down. Well, he's slowing down the Postal Service also. I wonder why. Postal Service backlog sparks worries that ballot delivery could be delayed in November. Okay. So as Donald Trump ramps up his unfounded attacks on mail balloting, voting by mail, as being susceptible to widespread voter fraud. He's not citing any studies for this, no evidence for this. He's just making stuff up. Postal employees and union officials say the changes implemented by Donald Trump fundraiser turned Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, D-E-J-O-Y, Louis DeJoy, are contributing to a growing perception that mail delays are the result of a political effort to undermine absentee voting. Okay. Contributing to a growing perception that mail delays are the result of a political effort to undermine absentee voting. The backlog comes as Donald Trump, who is trailing presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden in the polls, has escalated his efforts to cast doubt about the integrity of the November vote, which is expected to yield record numbers of mail-in ballots because of the coronavirus pandemic. Now, on Thursday, this past Thursday, which was I think July 30th, Donald Trump floated the idea of delaying the November 3rd general election, a notion that was widely condemned by Democrats and Republicans alike. He has repeatedly gone after the Postal Service, recently suggesting that the agency cannot be trusted to deliver ballots, voter ballots. Now, Louis DeJoy, who is a North Carolina logistics executive who donated more than $2 million to GOP political committees in the past 4 years, approved changes that took effect July 13th, 2020 to the U.S. Postal Service. And these changes, the agency said, were aimed at cutting costs for the debt-laden mail service. They included prohibiting overtime pay, shutting down sorting machines early, and requiring letter carriers to leave mail behind when necessary to avoid extra trips or late delivery on routes. Now, the new policies have resulted in at least a 2-day delay in scattered parts of the country, even for express mail, according to multiple postal workers and union leaders. Letter carriers are manually sorting more mail, adding to the delivery time. Bins of mail ready for delivery are sitting in post offices because of scheduling and routing changes. BINS. Bins of mail ready for delivery are sitting in post offices because of scheduling and route changes. And without the ability to work overtime, workers say the log jam is worsening without an end in sight. So this is all deliberate. Now, the people that told you don't vote in 2016, all we need to do is invest in the stock market and do economic empowerment and things like this, right? I told you that's all good. We need to do that. But we also have to understand politics. We also have to vote as well. Politics is the legal distribution of scarce wealth, power, and resources, and the writing of laws, statutes, ordinances, amendments, and treaties, their adoption, interpretation, and enforcement. I told you we need to block Donald Trump and his policies and what he's trying to do. I warned people about this in 2016. People didn't want to listen. I read Donald Trump's 13 policies he had at his website. I read Hillary Clinton's 36 policies. I watched about 100 campaign speeches and interviews that Trump did. I used 8 different fact-checking sources. I researched him, researched Hillary Clinton, researched her policies. Her policies were much more beneficial for African Americans, and she would have protected a lot of the policies President Obama had in place that were beneficial. We didn't research any of this stuff. So some of us didn't vote. Okay, I'm not talking about the people who were victims of voter suppression, tried to vote and couldn't vote. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the people who didn't show up. Well, people voted for Jill Stein for, I don't know why. Jill Stein got, so Donald Trump won Michigan by 10,704 votes. The interstate cross-checking system knocked about 54,000 people off the voter rolls. The interstate cross-checking system was not 1.1 million people off the voter rolls nationwide, and it targeted people with ethnic sounding names like James Brown, Jamal Smith, okay, Kwame Toure. It targeted, Fernando Hernandez. It targeted people with ethnic sounding names. Research the interstate cross-checking system. Because when I ask people about this, they don't know what the hell I'm talking about. That not 1.1 million people off the voter rolls. And what the interstate cross-checking system said was, and this was championed, this was really pushed by Chris Kobach, who was the Secretary of State in Kansas. Okay. What the interstate cross-checking system said was that what they alleged was that people were registered in 2 different states and voting twice. So they said that James Brown in Detroit, Michigan was the same James Brown in Cleveland, Ohio. So we need to remove them from the voter rolls. This is actually what they did. Okay, the interstate cross-checking system. It knocked about 54,000 people off the voting rolls in Michigan. Jill Stein got 50,000 votes out of Michigan. Trump won Michigan by 10,704 votes. He won Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania by 78,000 votes. And Republicans engaged in voter suppression campaign in those key battleground states: Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Florida, different things like this. So we didn't understand. We didn't see the backlash coming. We didn't understand Shelby County versus Holder, 2013 Supreme Court case that was a backlash to a record number of African Americans turning out to vote in the 2012 election. That was the first time that that was the first presidential election where the percentage of African American voters was greater than white people. We didn't see the backlash coming because we don't understand the history. Okay. And we don't understand political self-defense, understanding how laws and policies, understand how laws and politics impact the economic conditions of African Americans, understand how to disarm people of these weapons they're using against us, and in some cases have to use them against themselves, use them against them. But we don't understand that we have to understand the law better than they understand the law. If they're using the law to attack us and entrap us, we have to know where all the pitfalls are, all the booby traps are. We must understand the law better than they understand the law. So if you haven't read the U.S. Constitution, you're clueless, because the Constitution is the foundation for all of this. So that's what Shelby County versus Holder does. But a lot of people didn't understand, well, the president appoints the postmaster general. People weren't talking about the fact that, wait a second, Republicans want to control the federal courts. Donald Trump has gotten at least 200 federal judges confirmed. Those are lifetime appointments. They could be there the next 30, 40 years. Letter carriers are manually sorting more mail, adding to the delivery time. Bins of mail ready for delivery are sitting in post offices because of scheduling and route changes. And without the ability to work overtime, workers say the logjam is worsening without an end in sight. So you had African Americans who started businesses, right? And they used the U.S. Postal Service to receive products and ship products. Well, there's a slowdown taking place that's impacting your business. Coronavirus, okay, I haven't even gotten to that yet. All right, we see we surpassed 150,000 deaths. We had about 4.6 million cases. This thing is not slowing down. This thing is not slowing down at all. And what Dr. Deborah Birx, and I have some problems with her, but she's correct. What she's talking about and others are talking about is fall will be here in a couple of months. Fall officially arrives September 21st. As it gets colder, people retreat indoors. When you understand virus spread, viruses usually spread more in colder weather than in warmer weather. In warmer weather, people are outside more, riding bikes, doing outdoor things. Okay, they're outside more, so the virus doesn't spread as much in the summertime as it does in the wintertime. If you can't get coronavirus under control during the summer, when more people are outdoors, what the hell is going to happen in the fall and winter when people retreat inside? And that's the time when viruses usually spread, because people are indoors more, they're closer together. So we're on pace by the end of the year to be at 300,000 deaths. This past week, you had on average 1,000 deaths for 6 days in a row. What the hell do you have to lose? The correct answer was everything, including your business, because it's estimated that 45% of African-American owned businesses are not going to survive the next 6 months. And the slowdown in the postal system is not helping. Okay. Keep playing around if you want to. Postal Service backlog sparks worries that ballot delivery could be delayed in November. Washington Post, I think this was July 31st, 2020. Read that article. So let's jump to coronavirus since we talked about that. Oh, then also we saw this past week, July 31st, numbers came out Thursday. U.S. economy contracted at fastest quarterly rate on record from April to June as coronavirus walloped workers' businesses. This includes Black-owned businesses and African-American workers. Okay? With that pain still fresh for millions of Americans, economists say the second quarter stands as an urgent warning for what is at stake if the vestiges of a recovery from earlier this summer vanish. While Congress clashes over another stimulus bill and the virus forces more states to shut down bars and restaurants again, because some of the governors shut down late and opened up too soon, like dumbass Brian Kemp, governor of Georgia. Governor Brian, I stole an election from a Black woman named Stacey Abrams Kemp, and dumbass Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, and other Republican governors shut down too soon, shut down too late, and opened up too soon. And Florida is getting killed by coronavirus and the spread of it. And we saw Herman Cain died also. I'm not going to talk about that. Some people say, oh, you shouldn't be happy that a Black man died. Oh, that Negro right there. That Negro was brain damaged. But, let me just put it to you like this. Okay. I'm not going to dwell on this, but let me just put it to you like this. So I was watching MSNBC the day the announcement came. It was shortly before, I think it was Thursday. I think it was shortly before the funeral of John Lewis. And I'm sitting there watching MSNBC. Ayman Mohadeen, who's a reporter on MSNBC, he said, we have some sad news. Former gubernatorial presidential candidate Herman Cain has passed away from coronavirus. Now I'm sitting there listening to the whole broadcast and I'm like, okay, now where's the sad news? You took your ass to a super spreader event. They weren't wearing masks, most of the people. Super spreader event in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The health professionals in Tulsa were telling the Trump campaign, please don't hold this event here. Coronavirus is spreading in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay. If you have it, please at least make mask mandatory. They didn't do any of that. Okay. People, there was a group of African Americans with Trump, all of them sitting around, not wearing masks. Now we don't know for certain that he caught it there, but he caught it somewhere. So, I'm the chickens are coming home to roost. What the hell do you think was going to happen? I don't wish harm on anybody, but what the hell do you think was going to happen? So then dumbass Louis Gohmert, Republican from Texas, got coronavirus. It's a lot of scared Republicans right about now. We saw Donald Trump's national security advisor got coronavirus. Coronavirus knocking on the White House door. Louis Gohmert was about to get on a plane with Trump. Listen to me. Representative Louis Gohmert was about to get on a plane with Trump. And you had to be screened. He was screened and they found out he had coronavirus. Okay. Is knocking on the White House door. Okay. Keep playing around. Coronavirus gonna make a believer out of a whole lot of people. It's about to whoop some ass. I'm telling you. I don't wish harm on anybody, but the chickens are coming home to roost. So on Thursday, the government, what was that? That was July 30th. On Thursday, July 30th, the government also reported that jobless claims increased once again last week to 1.4 million. Another sign that any recovery is stalling. Now, Jared Kushner, who has no qualifications to be a senior advisor to the president, okay, and at one point he was over the coronavirus task force. I'm not sure if he still is. No qualifications. These are some of the most unqualified white people I've ever seen in my life. These are some of the most unqualified white people I've ever seen in my life. Don't you ever fix your mouth to criticize affirmative action, okay? Because affirmative action was not for unqualified African Americans. It was to give qualified African Americans a shot. White people have had affirmative action. They had it for at least 246 years. It was called slavery. Okay. But anyway. So the gross domestic product, the GDP, shrank at an annual rate of 32.9%, 32.9%, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis. The agency, this is the agency that publishes the statistics on quarterly economic activity. Although it usually stresses the annualized rate, that figure is less useful this quarter because the economy is unlikely to experience another collapse like it did in the second quarter. Still, while a tailspin at the second quarter rate is unlikely, the nascent recovery that began appearing earlier this summer appears to be in jeopardy. On Wednesday, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell warned that the most recent surge in infections has begun to weigh on the economy. while re-emphasizing that a recovery cannot be sustained unless the virus is under control. So now let's look at what happens. See, this is an example of how elections have consequences and how stupidity kills. This is an example of how elections have consequences, how stupidity kills. So all those people that told you don't vote in 2016, okay, you should ask them, why the hell did you lie to us? That's what you should ask them, okay? Because this is what happens when you have incompetent leadership who has declared war on the scientists for the past 3 years, who disbanded the pandemic team that studied viruses. That was in 2019. And then you have Timothy Zimmer, who headed up the global pandemic team for the National Security Council. He was removed from that position in May 2018 by John Bolton. John Bolton was Donald Trump's national security advisor. That position was never filled. All you do is go through, I've dealt with this before, you go through step after step after step. There was a dismantling from the Trump administration of these checks in place to get ahead of a virus, a pandemic like this, okay? Then the information came out in the past couple of weeks from somebody in the George W. Bush administration, and the Trump administration. They both talked about how both of those administrations left the Trump administration a pandemic playbook to follow to get ahead of a virus like this. That's been ignored. And we see that the Trump administration still does not have a national plan, a viable national plan to combat coronavirus so you can reopen the schools. He just wants to open the schools. Okay? You have to take actions today to get the virus under control, slow down the spread, so you can open schools in September after Labor Day. Okay? They don't have a national plan. Their national plan is open schools, and now he says sometimes wear a mask, but they don't wear one most of the time. So I tried to warn people, but okay. Thursday's report helps explain which parts of the economy suffered as people stayed home, cut back their spending, and suddenly overhauled their routines. With retail stores shuttered and people swapping out their work wardrobes for leisure. So I just heard I think it's Men's Warehouse. They're closing a bunch of stores. So what's about to hit now are massive evictions and massive foreclosures. So they're trying to get the moratorium on foreclosure, on evictions extended, but that only applies if you're living in housing that's backed by federal funds. It's going to be a whole lot of people losing their homes and being kicked out of apartments behind this. This stuff did not have to happen. Dr. Julie Malveaux was on MSNBC in the past couple of days. You know, we just had her on this show a few weeks ago. She talked about how basically the overwhelming majority of this, if not all of this, was avoidable. This did not have to happen. The pandemic also triggered a collapse in oil prices, exacerbated by lower gasoline sales and dampened transportation services, as Americans stayed home and avoided commutes or basic errands. Healthcare fell off as the pandemic pushed people to cancel non-emergency visits and procedures, triggering layoffs within the healthcare industry. Restaurant closures fueled a drop in food prices. But even as the economy contracted at an unprecedented pace, Some industries were at an advantage. Some industries were at an advantage. Along with recreational goods and vehicles and farm inventories, auto sales rose. Inventories are at historic lows, with so many factories shuttered or scaled back. Said Michelle Krebs, Krebs, Senior Director of Automotive Relations for Cox Automotive and Executive Analyst for Auto Trader. Okay, so this was the worst quarter for the GDP since at least 1875, according to a historical data set created by economists Nathan S. Balke, Balke, and Robert J. Gordon. The runners up are the third quarter of 1893. There was an economic collapse in 1893, which led to the strike in 1894 of the Pullman car company, George Pullman, that led to that strike in 1894. Okay. That was because of the economic collapse in 1893. 1893, there was a legendary panic and run on the banks, and this caused a crippling depression. And then you have the fourth quarter of 1937, when the Great Depression returned with a vengeance. Those quarters saw declines of 8.4% to the GDP in 1893 and 7.2% to the GDP in 1937 during the Great Depression. This decline was 32.9%. That's unheard of. Now, this is supposed to be the big businessman. This is supposed to be the genius who, remember on the campaign trail, this idiot said, you're going to have so many wins that you're going to say, Mr. Trump, I'm tired of winning. Are you tired of winning yet? Are you tired of winning yet? Let me know when you're tired of winning. I just want to know. Say when. Now, until now, no quarter in the modern era of GDP measurement, which began in 1947, had seen a decline of even 3%. The worst was 2.6% in 1958 amid a depression that coincided with a devastating pandemic known as the Asian flu. Now, in California, Arizona, Texas, Florida, and Michigan, intensifying outbreaks have forced authorities to dial back their reopening plans and restrict business activity once again. New claims for unemployment benefits rose for the second week in a row, 1.4 million this past week, marking the 19th straight week of more than 1 million jobless claims, adding to worries about how vulnerable much of the workforce remains as enhanced unemployment benefits are due to expire. And they expired July 31st, Friday, July 31st. That extra $600 a week from the federal government for unemployment insurance, $2,400 a month. And then you have a lot of Republicans saying, oh, well, it should be $100 or $200. Many of the, and most of the U.S. senators are millionaires. And there's a lack of sympathy and empathy for the everyday common person. U.S. stock markets felt the shock of Thursday's GDP figures. By early afternoon, the Dow Jones Industrial Average had recovered some of its losses from earlier in the day, ending the day down less than 1% or down 225 points. Okay, so read the rest of this article, because I mean this is deep. And one of the things it says. Let's see here. Okay, it talks about corporations filing bankruptcy in May. Big name companies started filing for bankruptcy, including retailer JCPenney and rental car company Hertz. At the same time, states began easing restrictions on gatherings of businesses, etc. It's estimated that about 50% of the jobs that have been lost are lost permanently. Okay, right now you got about 33 million people who are collecting unemployment, either unemployment for working a traditional job, or they were in the gig economy, Uber, Lyft, things like this, and they are collecting the pandemic unemployment. So then, so read that article from Washington Post. We'll post the article here. U.S. economy contracted at fastest quarterly rate on record from April to June as coronavirus walloped workers, businesses. That's from July 31st, 2020. NBC News has reporting on that also. If we look quickly, because I have the update on coronavirus. Dr. Deborah Birx on CNN State of the Union on Sunday said, I want to be very clear. What we're seeing today is different from March and April, noting that cases were increasing in rural and urban areas. Quote, it is extraordinarily widespread, end quote. She warned on Sunday that the United States had entered a quote unquote new phase of the pandemic and urged people to take extreme health precautions as infections and deaths rise sharply throughout the country. Dr. Deborah Birx did not rule out an estimate from former Food and Drug Administration Commissioner Scott Gottlieb that virus deaths could top 300,000 by the end of the year, because we're averaging right now 1,000 a day. You do the math, we're on pace to be at 300,000 deaths at the end of the year. Such an outcome would be far less likely, Dr. Deborah Birx said, if people practiced social distancing and avoided large gatherings and wear a goddamn mask also. Wear it over your mouth and your nose. Dr. Deborah Birx faced mounting criticism over her handling of the coronavirus response after the New York Times reported last month that her optimistic outlook on the pandemic's trajectory helped justify reopening decisions that preceded new outbreaks. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said Sunday she did not have confidence in Dr. Deborah Birx. Quote, I think the president is spreading disinformation about the virus and she is his appointee. She said in response to a question from ABC's Martha Raddatz, so I don't have confidence there. No. So in all fairness, Dr. Deborah Birx defended her decisions in responding to the crisis. She said, quote, I have tremendous respect for the speaker. I have tremendous respect for her long dedication to the American people. She told CNN before adding that she has, quote, never been called Pollyannish or non-scientific or non-data driven. Okay. Now, Dr. Deborah Birx and Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's top infectious disease expert, have warned 20 states in the Sun Belt, the Midwest, and Pacific Northwest. They warned 20 states in the Sun Belt, the Midwest, and the Pacific Northwest that the virus spread is accelerating within their borders. While Dr. Deborah Birx said mitigation efforts have helped in some places, she stressed that people need to practice strict social distancing and wear masks. She also raised concerns about the virus spreading within multi-generational households, urging people in those settings to, quote unquote, really considering wearing a mask inside their homes. Now, Dr. Birx's remarks came as the U.S. economy fails to build on signs that it had started to recover, and as millions of Americans continue to wait for an economic relief package that would restore their expired unemployment benefits. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi and Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin made clear in separate interviews on Sunday, August 2nd, that they remained far apart on a deal. Nancy Pelosi said the administration continued to resist a public health strategy to attack the virus. Just reopening the country is not a strategy. Just we must open schools is not a strategy. Students must be in schools is not a strategy. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin defended the administration's response and said Democrats' demand for $1 trillion in new state and local aid was a non-starter. States can't operate a budget deficit like most states, based upon their constitution, can't operate a budget deficit like the U.S. government can. States need aid as well as cities. When we look at the city of Detroit, the 3 casinos had to shut down because of Governor Gretchen Whitmer's executive order. Motor City Casino, MGM Grand, and Greektown Casino. Those 3 casinos collectively pay the city of Detroit in taxes on a daily basis about $600,000 a day. Because they were shut down for a number of months, the Mayor Mike Duggan had to cut $338 million from the Detroit city budget, had to lay people off. Okay, this has real consequences. The stalled negotiations followed another week of grim signs for the country's pandemic response. The 7-day average for new coronavirus-related deaths rose in nearly half of states over the past week, pushing the national death toll past 150,000 and prompting health experts to warn that the trend was unlikely to reverse anytime soon. Numerous states reported record daily fatalities in recent days, including California, which reported 219 deaths on Saturday, August 1st, according to tracking by the Washington Post. Florida reported a record 257 deaths on Friday, July 31st, and 7-day averages for new deaths reached new highs in states across the South, West, and Midwest. Now, what a lot of scientists are looking at is this thing is going to explode in the fall and winter if we don't get it under control now. As people retreat inside to get out of the cold and they're closer together, this thing's going to explode. All right. So how's everybody doing? Let's see. We're on Facebook and YouTube. Everybody share this broadcast on your social media platforms. Invite your friends to tune in. Follow us on our Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network, and our YouTube channel, Michael Imhotep, Imhotep. Turn on notifications because a lot of people are not getting notified when we're on. I'm having a problem with Facebook and YouTube. I'm trying to figure out what this is, if this is on purpose or what, because I have people that tell me they just tune in and they're like, I did not get a notification that you were on live. All right, we'll post some of this. This is too depressing to talk about. This is how stupidity kills. Over the past week, 24 states surpassed a case increase of more than 100 cases per 100,000 people, a metric the White House and Dr. Deborah Birx, the coronavirus response coordinator, have defined as a red zone states. You got 24 states that are red zone states now. The coronavirus recession threatens to devastate Black commercial districts and other ethnic enclaves that fuel the vibrancy, economies, and identities of American cities. A new CDC report suggests that children of all ages may be susceptible to coronavirus infections and may also spread it to others. And it details an outbreak at a sleepaway camp in Georgia last month. So that would have been the month of June. In Georgia in June 2020, in which 260 children and staffers, more than 3/4 of those tested, contracted the virus less than a week after spending time together in close quarters. Okay. but you want to open the schools and you have no plan. All right. I saw this story dealing with Ota Benga, and I'm going to try to see if we could pull this up here. I posted this on our Facebook fan page, the African History Network. This deals with Ota Benga was from the Congo. He was African man, and he was put on display in the Bronx Zoo in 1906. It was a monkey exhibit, if I remember correctly. Just a real tragic, dehumanizing story. He's going to end up committing suicide also. I mean, this story deals with the dehumanization of African people in this country. Let me just a second. Let me pull this up here, because I don't think I got a chance to print this article out. I've been so busy and working, and just a lot going on. Okay, so hold on just a second here. Let's try to pull this up. All right, let me try to pull this up on my phone here. So Ota Benga was known for being featured in an exhibit at the Louisiana Purchase Exposition in St. Louis, Missouri in 1904, and in a human zoo exhibit in 1906 at the Bronx Zoo. So a number of different outlets had articles about this. I saw one from thehill.com, but also NBCnews.com has this article. Bronx Zoo operator apologizes for racist display of African man in 1906. Bronx Zoo operator apologizes for racist display of African man in 1906. Ota Benga, a Central African man, was put on display in the Monkey House in 1906 before Black ministers, quote, brought the disgraceful incident to an end, end quote, the zoo operator said. So the operator of the venerable Bronx Zoo, one of the world's most famous wildlife parks, has apologized for two unconscionable racist episodes in his past, including placing an African man in display in a monkey house in 1906. The Wildlife Conservation Society, which runs the Bronx Zoo, in addition to 3 other zoos and an aquarium in New York City, said in a statement this week that in the quote name of equality, transparency, and accountability, we must confront our organization's historic role in promoting racial injustice. The society cited its treatment of a young Central African man from the Mbuti people, M-B-U-T-I, in the present day Democratic Republic of Congo. Quote, his name was Ota Benga, B-E-N-G-A. The statement said, Bronx Zoo officials said, quote, put Ota Benga on display in the zoo's monkey house for several days during the week of September 8th, 1906. Okay, during the week of September 8th, 1906. Before outrage from local African-American ministers quickly brought the disgraceful incident to an end. One of the ministers, the Reverend James Gordon, quote, arranged for Ota Benga to stay at an orphanage he directed in Weeksville, Brooklyn, end quote, the statement said, quote, robbed of his humanity and unable to return home. Now, Ota Benga died by suicide a decade later. Harvey Bloom, who co-authored the 1992 book entitled Ota Benga, The Pygmy at the Zoo, said the zoo's apology is too little and too late. Harvey Bloom, B-L-U-M-E, told NBC News on Friday, he said, and to whom was this apology? It's a little late for Ota. Okay, referred to Ota Benga. It's a little late for him. He's dead. Now, all known records about Ota Benga at the Wildlife Society are now being made available online. And let me see if I can pull this article up here. Just 1 second here. Just running slowly. Okay, so all known records about Ota Benga at the Wildlife Society are now being made available online as part of an effort to publicly acknowledge the mistakes of our past. The Wildlife Conservation Society statement said. The organization, founded in 1895 as the New York Zoological Society, also denounced the eugenics-based pseudoscientific racism, writings, and philosophies advanced by two of its founders, Madison Grant and Henry Fairfield Osborne Sr. Okay, the organization founded in 1895 as the New York Zoological Society also denounced the eugenics-based pseudoscientific racism, writings, and philosophies advanced by two of its founders, Madison Grant and Henry Fairfield Osborne Sr. Now, Madison Grant penned an infamous eugenics book. Eugenics means new genes. And eugenics was a movement. Eugenics was started by Sir Francis Galton, who was a cousin of Charles Darwin in 1883. Okay. And eugenics was basically, it started out targeting poor African Americans and white people. And it was trying to root out people they perceived had genes that made them more likely to become criminals, imbeciles, different things like this. But over time, it started focusing more on African Americans. They had state-sponsored eugenics programs in the U.S. to sterilize people, like in North Carolina. Okay, so it's a whole history behind eugenics. So Grant penned an infamous eugenics book called The Passing of the Great Race, with a preface by Osborne. The book was submitted as a defense exhibit for Nazi doctor Karl Brandt, ND, a director of the Third Reich's euthanasia program, and other defendants in the Nuremberg trials. Okay, hold on just a second here. Let me switch memory cards. Okay, the book was submitted as a defense exhibit for Nazi doctor Karl Brandt, B-R-A-N-D-T, a director of the Third Reich's euthanasia program, and other defendants in the Nuremberg trials. Now, Brandt, who was also Adolf Hitler's personal physician, was convicted of the war crimes tribunal, was convicted by the War Crimes Tribunal in 1947 and put to death in 1948. Quote, back in the day, science and anthropology were based on explicitly racist principles, Harvey Bloom said, that there was a hierarchy of races culminating with the white race on top looking down. Now, the role once respected scholars who played in propping up debunked scientific theories to justify white supremacy has been overlooked for far too long, according to the author. Okay. Madison Grant was one of Hitler's favorite authors, said Harvey Bloom, who co-authored the book Ota Benga, the Pygmy at the Zoo, end quote, with the late Phillips Werner Bradford, who was the grandson of the man who purchased Ota Benga in Africa and brought him to America. Quote, these were not Nazis, but in some ways they were too, end quote. Now, the Wildlife Society said in the statement, which was first reported by the New York Times, that it is obligated to confront these episodes. Okay, the Bronx Zoo said in a statement, we deeply regret that many people and generations have been hurt by these actions or by our failure previously to publicly condemn and denounce them. We recognize that overt and systemic racism persists, and our institution must play a greater role to confront it. As the United States addresses its legacy of anti-Black racism and the brutal killings that have led to mass protests around the world, we reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that social, racial, and environmental justice are deep-rooted in our conversation mission, end quote. Now, the organization also announced it was hiring a diversity officer to help ensure diverse pools of candidates for recruitment, promotion, and succession planning, including our board and leadership. The statement went on to say, today we challenge ourselves to do better and to never look away whenever and wherever injustice occurs. Okay, so check out that article from NBCnews.com. It's written by David K. Lee, L.I., July 31st, 2020. Bronx Zoo operator apologizes for racist display of African man in 1906. And this is about Ota Benga. And it was African-American ministers that step in to get them to shut down that exhibit, okay? All right, hey, if you like this type of information, you can donate to the African History Network, $ the AHN Show through Cash App, $ the AHN Show through Cash App, and paypal.me, paypal.me/the AHN Show through PayPal. Follow me on my Facebook fan page, The African History Network, The African History Network. Then also on YouTube at Michael Imhotep, IMHOTEP on YouTube. Be sure to turn on notifications on both Facebook and YouTube so you know when we go live. All right, so we do the African History Network show every Sunday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can go back and watch these broadcasts on Facebook and YouTube. Also, we have them in audio podcast format. You go to our website, AfricanHistoryNetwork.com, click on Listen to Podcasts. Then wherever you get your podcast from, search for the African History Network show. We're on Castbox. We're on FM Player, iTunes, Stitcher, TuneIn, the TuneIn radio app, TuneIn.com. So we're on a number of different platforms. Search for the African History Network show. All right, so, okay, we have to get out of here. Remember, the African History Network, we focus on educating, empowering, and inspiring people of African descent throughout the diaspora and around the world, because right now, knowledge corrects wrong behavior. What you do for yourself, what you do to yourself, and what you allow the people to do to you and get away with is based upon what you think about yourself. Remember, right now, knowledge corrects wrong behavior. It's not over till we win. Wakanda forever. We'll talk to you next time. Peace.